Hello, hello. Hi. Today, alright, gonna start a new project, a big one at that, and it's one that's gonna accompany us for a while. Cause, yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with the YouTuber John Stone, but it's basically doing something similar. Like, I'm gonna catch a living dex with each and every Pokemon as a shiny version. That is why we completed the Pokédexes and the Shiny Charm quests over several games in the last year or so. Um, yeah, we're gonna divide it by generations, right? Because otherwise it's gonna be a little overwhelming. Like if you just plonk the 1025 Pokemon down. Um, there's a couple of rules, right? Like, give me a sec. Um, like if we did everything in Scarlet and Violet, it would obviously be a little easy in parts. That's why I imposed the rule that we are only allowed to catch 50% of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet of each generation, except for Gen 9, of course, since they are only in Scarlet and Violet. Right. If a generation, like we're only gonna be playing Switch and Switch 2 games for this. Um, so in that aspect, we're gonna like differentiate ourselves from Johnstone, since it's gonna be something that everybody that has a Switch can basically follow. So we're gonna stay in Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Legends Arceus, Scarlet Violet, and Legends ZA. Since almost the entire National Pokédex is available in these games, there's mythicals and stuff that aren't. If we need to go back a generation, we will do so. I just don't know how yet. But I'm gonna figure something out, alright? Regarding alternate forms, like the regional forms of a Pokemon, we will be catching those in the debut generation of the Pokemon with the same dex number. So, for example, a Loudon Diglett we're gonna catch in Gen 1. Pre-evolutions count towards the total total number of available Pokemon in game. So if there's Rhydon available in a game, and we're doing Gen 4, we have Pokemon available in Let's Go. Because as I said, I need to catch one available Pokemon in each of the games, if there is one. If I catch a shiny during a section that doesn't belong there, we will not count towards the section, obviously, that we phase. And it doesn't count towards the later section either. So we only take shinies that we really need for that section, you know? A generation has to be completed so to move on to the next one. Just makes sense, right? If we hadn't completed a section, why would we move on to the next one? Right. Every available shiny hunting method has to be included in. I'm not sure if in the entirety or per generation. This includes, but is not limited to, sandwiches in Scarlet and Violet, the catch combo in Let's Go, Masuda method, the underground sparkles in BDSP, Pokerada in BDSP, outbreaks in Scarlet Violet Legends Arceus, I count them as the same, sparkly Pokemon in Sword and Shield, shiny quests, random encounters, Dynamax adventures, full odds legendary encounters, which we're gonna have to do a lot, and the mythicals you get for completing a Pokemon home living decks of a certain game, as we already did. Right, I think that's all the rules. If you couldn't follow them or didn't follow them, you are able to put in the command !rules or rule set. You can see it in the chat right now, like not in the chat box, but in the in the chat if you're watching the stream, right? Okay, I think that's everything that we need to go through beforehand. And to determine, so we're gonna start with Gen 1, obviously, like it's the first gen, first 151 Pokemon. And I prepared some packs, since we are gonna determine which Gen 1 Pokemon we start with. It's gonna be one that we find in those packs, a few of them. So we're gonna open those up, and then we're gonna start playing a game where the Gen 1 Pokemon is available. Right. Okay, so first, Cynthia's Feebas, Team Rocket's Blipbug, Applin, and there's our first Gen 1 Pokemon. Fittingly, Zubat, owned by Team Rocket, the bad guys from Gen 1. I'm gonna put it here. Team Rocket's Energy, Porygon Z, Team Rocket's Houndoom, Crystal, Judge, and Arwen's Greedent. Right, so we got a Gen 1 Pokemon in the first pack. Kinda wanted to open up some more, but we can do that later if we catch a Zubat, which is gonna be our first order of business. So, if we look at this here, I have made an Excel where we can see where we can find each Pokemon. Zubat has no region form or anything, so we might just do it in Let's Go everywhere in BDSP, of course, or in Legends Arceus where we've done it already. That's a question. And does Zubat move around in... Nope. There we go. Why is there a Bulbasaur? It's of course gotta be a Zubat. Where are we on that? There we go. Let's see, I took a little bit of liberty with the overlay. So we have two options. We can either go to Let's Go or to Legends Arceus, but I honestly think that we should do Let's Go first, right? Right. Because I am not a big fan of the catch combo, or of the Let's Go method of catching Pokemon, a shiny Pokemon at that. And we are going to use this. Drop the stuff. Okay. Hi Eevee. Haven't met you in a long time. No, that's not a Zubat, that's a Golbat. This isn't relevant for now. So, where are we going to find Zubat? We could do it in Cerulean Cave, But the Zubats here are probably too high leveled, so the catch rate might not be great. We also have to see how many balls we have. Need to buy some more, and then we're gonna head out to Mount Moon, because I think that is the best area for us. I haven't played this game in a long time. Well, since we completed the living decks, of course. Okay. Can't we fly to Mount Moon? I think we can just run over here. So yeah, the catch combo, and let's go. Basically, you catch Pokemon in succession, the same Pokemon over and over again, and that builds up a catch combo. How many Pokemon do we have in here? Okay, that's fine. And you build that up, and always the next Pokemon that spawns after a catch combo of 30, I think. Wait. I need to move my mic a little, otherwise I'm just gonna knock it over. Right, that's it. That's one encounter. And we're gonna do that over and over again until we find a shiny Zubat. I'm sorry, Geodude. Now the problem is Zubat isn't the, you know, least annoying Pokemon to catch. Since it's flapping about. Nice. Alright, catch combo of 2. You see it right there. I don't know the exact numbers on the odds or, you know, or when the odds are starting to go up. Oh, are we still just chatting, by the way? Yes. There we go. Nice. Okay. I'm so glad I took a nap in the afternoon. I'm feeling way more relaxed now. Because at the moment university is like quite a stressful time. Like we have a very big project on the way. Or multiple big projects. And to get like an outlet is pretty important to me. But yeah. Sorry, it was just... We're going to a big event on Saturday, since Red Bull League of its Own is coming to Munich, which is an event where some of the best teams in League of Legends around the world play against each other. And it's pretty cool. Like the new T1 roster, like the team that just won the World Championship, they changed a player, and we're gonna see him in action right there. And yeah, honestly I'm pretty stoked. We also see some legends of the German scene like facing off against them, and last year they even beat them, so... Yeah. It's gonna be pretty funny, I think. Let's Go is also definitely the game where I have the smallest amount of shiny hunting in, I think. Well, I guess BDSP as well. But in Sword and Shield and in Scarlet Violet I did a lot of shiny hunting. And in Legends Arceus we got a lot of them, like just playing through the game. And in ZA we also found, well, I also found a couple off camera actually, when I was like going through some stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited, really looking forward to this. And it couldn't have been a more fitting Pokemon than Zubat for our first one. Annoying to catch. General, yeah, Pokemon that was underappreciated for a long time, I think. But I think in the meantime it's gotten a lot of love. It's even gonna be in the ZA DLC. But the question is, in what capacity? Like, does Crobat get a Mega, or what are we talking about there? But I'm excited. I think the Zubat line is a pretty cool Pokemon line. Even though I also thought they were annoying back when I played Diamond. But that's a long time ago. And little Cargill Jr. didn't really have the best taste. Because I played Platinum afterwards and I thought it was just a worse version of Diamond, which is, in hindsight, like a crazy thing to say. But yeah, those were my first 2 Pokemon games. Was that a flea animation? I hope not. Doesn't matter, we cut it. Oh, no, number. Don't go to the right. Oh no, it's lower. There we go. But yeah, life's been a little boring lately. Boring and stressed, which is not a great combination, right? So I'm really looking forward to diving back into Pokemon on a regular basis. Also, the league season has concluded and everything, so I wanted something else to play, you know? On the one hand, I'm playing a lot more chess right now, Like, I really want to get into chess. Like, I knew the rules for a long time and stuff, but I was really bad at it for the most of the time. And now I'm trying to learn some concepts. Because I'm a very, you know, I like following patterns that are established. Like I think many people do. And I know there's not such a thing like a surefire win most of the time, but I like to increase my chances, you know. I'm very prone, for example, to just letting my queen die. Or rather be captured for nothing really important. And that's not smart. I just, when I have like a chessboard in front of me, it's usually just like I see it, but I am my brain doesn't register some things that are happening. Like of course there are people that, you know, plan a few turns ahead and stuff, but I'm struggling with grasping an existing situation, like what's possible. That's my big issue with chess. I just need to be able to see a situation and say, that's dangerous for me. But I just sometimes do my turn like very, very carelessly. Maybe it's a mindset thing as well. But yeah. I also don't have anyone to play with, to be honest. On Monday I finally was able to play poker again. Because there was like a get-together in a bar. Where people who wanted to play a little bit of blackjack, a little bit of Texas Hold'em. Not for money, but just for the thrill of the game. Got together and we played a few rounds. It was really funny. I really enjoyed it. I wouldn't say I'm a good poker player, but I can hold my own on an amateur table. And there were a few guys that play a lot more who were there. I still outperformed them, which was a very good feeling. Let's see. Good stuff. Oh, Judith, I didn't see you there. You were camouflaged. Oh god. I'm wasting most of my Pokeballs just because I'm not hitting the target. Which, to be fair, is a little bit finicky in this game. There we go. I think it's at a catch come of 30 where your like catch rate gets upped. But I'm not sure. As I said, I've not really done a lot of shiny hunting in this game. But hey, it is what it is. I also got back into reading a bit this week. Because I have bought a Japanese book actually, or translated from Japanese rather. And it's called Strange Houses by Yuketsu. It's a Japanese mystery YouTuber who has tried his hand in writing recently. He first published Strange Pictures, which I also read, which was a book very much fitting my taste, because I love like thriller, mystery, but I also love a kind of light read sometimes. I read my fair share of books in my childhood, and when I wanna read a book, sometimes I just wanna relax, you know? It doesn't always have to be like a literary masterclass. But it was pretty cool. And I like the mystery, honestly. Like, the only thing that I didn't like about Strange Houses is that the ending like isn't conclusive. And especially in novels, I usually want like a definitive ending. Like in true crime, sure, sometimes it's cool when the ending is unresolved or stuff. Or not if you're not into that kind of stuff. If you don't want to know that there's might be a murderer out there, right? But Strange Houses left. It wanted me to, you know, dig deeper. Like, get together all the information I had and build a case of my own, you know? Because it explicitly states, like, that the narrator is unreliable and stuff. And I think that's really cool. Like, you can't take everything the narrator says at face value, which is a concept that I never really thought about in, like, in a mystery, in a crime novel. But it was very fitting. I really liked it. And I made a mistake of looking up something that I liked on Reddit, which was both the name of the first and the second book. And Redditors seem to have a consensus that they are not literary masterpieces, which they aren't, but they also don't claim to be. Like, so one of the Redditors, like in the subreddit, I think it was books, he like lashed out at people that liked it and said like you have to be borderline illiterate to like it. And I hard disagree there. Like, I think I'm a decently literate person. Like, I have read a lot of the classics, a lot of the big authors of the world, of world's history. Like, I've read Tolstoy, I've read Aldous Huxley, I have read a decent amount of books in my time, you know. Recently I read the Oppenheimer biography, which I still have on the shelf next to me. Like, I don't shy away from, like, harder reads. But I think it was a very, very, like, relaxing read with a distinct twist. Like, a combination of a couple of short short stories that when you fit them together, they paint a picture, right? Which is a very cool concept of a mystery book. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It scratched an itch that I had. Especially since I've dabbled with a lot of true crime recently and stuff. So really liked the read. Especially of books where I read them. And like, when I read a mystery book, I propose theories. And I rate the book on whether it like really takes you to a theory or it rewards you for thinking about something that was said a while earlier. And I really enjoyed it. Like, a freaking lot. But then there are people online criticizing it. I mean, what's not criticized online? But for me, it was a really cool one. Strange Houses, on the other hand, was a little bit of a tougher read for me. Not because it's like language or something. But at first glance, like, you read the book and everything falls into place very neatly. Like, there is no mystery in that book. It's just Kurihara, who is an architect friend of the narrator. He proposes theories, and you think about them, and yeah, checks out. But at the end, like, especially in the beginning, but then at the end of the book, like, the main author, Uketsu, he's accused by the character, by Kurihara, that he is omitting information about the case. And it makes you think. Like, it makes you think a lot. Since you can't take anything about face value. Like, witness testimony, of course. Especially for incidents that were, 20 years past already, or stuff like that. Like, that is something, or they're lying to cover up for each other. You can draw all sorts of conclusions, and you can build a narrative on your own. And I think I found my narrative, right? I'm not gonna spoil it for you in case you're gonna want to read the book, but you can weave a string. But everything you know and that you can say will always be circumstantial. Like, in the book, there's no hard evidence. And the question is if that's intentional, because he omits details, as the character accuses him of, or why he brushes aside the architect's theories that like received a lot of merit in the book itself, in the story. And then in the end, it's like he doesn't even listen to his friend, but he rather trusts this family that he has just met, who have motive for the murders, which I'm like, man, you might want to think about that. Like, he was right a couple of times, like, in principle. He didn't, of course, predict the plot twists. But he was a very smart guy in that sense, Maybe you shouldn't dismiss his opinion, like, instantly. And then there's some figures that disappear. Are they dead? Are they still alive? Like, there's just an air of mystery around everything in that book. And I think that's pretty cool. And it made me honestly stay up at night and write down like my own story, what I think happened there. Of course, it's all a fictitious scenario, right? But it's even now a manga, which I'm certainly gonna read. But we'll see if the interpretation there is like different. But I really enjoyed it. I just made the mistake of searching for it on Reddit. Because Reddit will hate everything. Like, that's just... It's just a fact. Let's not kid ourselves. And again, it's not a masterpiece. It's a person's first venture in the literary world. And I think for that, it's crazy good. Like, it wants you to engage with it. A lot. Question now is whether it's your cup of tea or not. Just like with about everything that you consume. Literature, video games, music. Like, someone tell me that this movie was an instant classic. It was so good. But sometimes they do age poorly. Sometimes they are just not the subject that I care about. And that's not a problem. Like, I'm not the entire market, and I don't claim to be. I also don't claim to be your average Joe on the market. I'm often part of a minority. Because I have some, like, peculiar taste. That sounded wrong. For example, true crime is predominantly, like, received by a female audience. Why? I don't know. I really don't. That's maybe also something I would like to look into someday. But I'm an avid reader and listener to true crime. Like stories, podcasts. My grandpa gave me a book that he had about like crimes committed in Munich over the decades or even centuries. And that was pretty interesting to me, and there's always like a morbid curiosity that I have. Like, I don't like think that's cool or anything. I am just interested, like, what people are able to justify with their own wicked belief systems. Like how Ed Gein, who was horribly misrepresented in the Netflix show, like what were his like motivations for doing such horrible stuff? I think it's disgusting what he did. Of course, like, what the hell? It was very shocking, because I only had read about him, but then in the Netflix show to see, like, on the screen what he did, that was too much. I mean, you can show it, right? But I just didn't think about it when I watched the series. Because it was almost like a drama. It wasn't a documentation or anything like that. It was like a drama that wanted to profit from a very much long, ongoing hype about serial killers. Like, why did you drag the storyline in with the girlfriend into the show? She has always recanted that the showrunner, Ryan Murphy, who also made Glee for some reason, he just like inserted a lot of stuff that was rumors or not proven and then completely fictitious stuff, like the Ed Gein helping to catch Ted Bundy. Like, what was going on with that? Ed Gein never helped catch Ted Bundy. But yeah. As a true crime recipient, it wasn't a great show. As a drama, it was pretty amazing. Like, a lot of shock value. A lot of new things that you don't know about that guy, but that he never did. Like the Addison Rae's character that they introduced was a babysitter that Ed Gein killed in the show, but it was never attributed to him in real life. Or two hunters that lost their way and ended up at his farm and that he killed with a chainsaw. Which was like, why would you like make up stuff like that? Like, the story is horrible enough as it is. Let it speak for itself. It's not that big of a deal if it's like one less thing to mystify about him, I guess. But yeah. I don't know. I think these Netflix shows, like especially Monsters, like again directed by Ryan Murphy, are like a bastardization of reality. Like, he wanted us to feel sorry for Jeffrey Dahmer. He wanted us to. He made Dahmer and Gein like really attractive people. I'm gonna exclude the Menendez brothers here, just because the actors did look a lot like the real Menendez brothers. But Charlie Hunnam as Ed Gein? Really? Why do we have like Adonis playing him? Give me a sec. We need to coordinate a little. Because I'm gonna sleep somewhere else on Saturday. Okay. Like, yeah. It was just a lot. I mean, what I did like was his schizophrenic episodes. Like, where he talked to people over the hand radio. That he never actually spoke to. I think that was a great touch, honestly. That is something where you can like put in a lot of stuff, because schizophrenics, like, they might see something similar to that, what Ed Gein in the show saw. The problem isn't that. The problem is the verifiable facts you get around, you know? That is my big problem with Ryan Murphy's Monsters shows. Like, these are awful people. These are monsters. And then you claim, by the way, with including Psycho and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Silence of the Lambs, you include all of those and say Ed Gein's story has never been told correctly. And then you butcher the story. What? Why? Why? why do we make him into a misunderstood transvestite? Like, we have no evidence that he was transsexual. He might have been, sure. But I very much dislike like speculating about all of that. Because it's disrespectful. Not to Ed Gein, no. But to the other people. Like, his supposed girlfriend. She can't defend herself, she's dead at this point. And we're slandering her as the person who tell him to be a necro you know what. And then he says to her that she was too warm. And then she needs to take an ice bath to enjoy his company. If you know what I mean. Like, it's just... I don't know. I think it just waters down the true history of Ed Gein. And then, again, I'm not angry on his behalf. Like, he's a monster. Good riddance, right? I hope there's a special place reserved for him, for people like him down under. But to the victims, like, the one victim was portrayed as like a cougar that really wanted Ed Gein, that wanted him to move in with her, and was painted as the town's bicycle. And I'm like, that woman or her descendants, like, she can't defend herself. Her descendants at this point might not even know that she... Well, yeah, it's probably their great-grandmother, right? Do they care enough to sue Netflix? Probably not. So now the legacy of this woman is that she was a predator towards the predator and met her end by enjoying the wrong guy's company, which is awful because there's no evidence of such a relationship ever existing. I don't know, it's just horrifying that even if you become the victim of a monster like Ed Gein, someday there's gonna be TikTok fangirlies because they made a series where he's like an attractive, misunderstood person that thirst over him and blame you for your own death. And I think that's horrible. Horrible, like, reminiscence culture. I think that's awful. If that was my great-grandma, I would sue Netflix for slander. And, again, if it was a documentation that accurately represented it, it would be fine. But in Dharma, it was, again, they painted it, they said they wanted to focus on the victims and stuff. But then they added like a romantic plotline between Dharma and one of the victims, which had never existed, as we know. Like, as far as we know. And I'm like, why would you do that to the guy, to the family? Why would you re-traumatize them? Just awful, man. It's just awful. And yeah, I can't stand the fact that Netflix will continue to pump these out. And I'm gonna watch them. Because I'm interested in the topic. I'm interested in the like the overarching topic is especially. But yeah, it just makes me angry sometimes. And we all know why it's that way. To create discourse. There is no negative publicity. But someday, this weight that they create will drop down on their foot. I'm sure of that. Yeah. Again, I would like to solve mysteries, especially historic mysteries like Hinterkaifeck Farm, for example. But it's probably never gonna be solved. So I would like a time machine to go back there and watch it. But we will never be able to. And stuff like that fascinates me. But then making up your own story when we know nearly everything of the original story and you bastardize it. I'm very, very upset with stuff like that. I just wanna pander to an audience that has forgotten that these guys really were monsters. And now thirsts over them in TikTok edits and... yeah. Again, this is just my opinion. What do I know? I'm just a student. But I like to think that if many people say something like that, it's someday it will get heard. Problem is just it's... you know how many people are gonna watch that and think that Ed Gein was a misunderstood transsexual who killed because he wanted to be a woman? No, he killed because he was obsessed with his mother and wanted to literally be in her skin. And that's why he got that from other female bodies. It's awful, yeah. Of course it is. But don't paint him in the wrong light. That's all I'm asking. Display him as the monster that he was. And he was crazy. He had mental illness. Like, I'm not disputing that. Like, I would be a fool if I did. He was deemed not fit to stand trial when people wanted to... like, probably were hoping that they would execute him. It was just a very disturbed man who grew up in a very, very toxic home. And in the end, he became a monster. And nobody should ever like make an apology for Ed Gein. Because there are so many people that grew up in a toxic household and toxic environment. And they don't grow up to be like that. Even if they also suffer from mental illness. It's just a very, very little percentage or a set of circumstances that creates serial killers. Well, Edgeen technically isn't a serial killer, because he only has 2 confirmed kills. But you know. I think it's problematic to be apologetic for them. I just think that's a flea. I just think that's the wrong way to go about remembering the person, the 2 people he killed. And then bringing Brudos and Kemper and Bundy and Speck all into the mix. It was fan fiction. It's something a 15-year-old would write if he wanted, or he knew about those topics, you know? Like, those were real monsters. And to be fair, the other serial killers were also portrayed as such. But why not Geen? Why did he get an ending scene where people were dancing and his mother said, like, now they will remember him? Like, what? What? Again, weird fanfiction levels of just, like, disgusting behavior. Like, maybe he saw that, sure. But he didn't help catch Bundy beforehand, you know? Anyway. I don't want to talk about Edgeen anymore. It's just something that triggered me emotionally. Because I disagree with Netflix's wages that much. I think, again, it's just awful. But hey, that's like capitalism. They earned money with that. Is it morally correct? Probably no. Does it sell? Oh, yes. It sells very, very well. And it's probably gonna get renewed for another season. %100%. I would bet my leg. And let's see whose story he is gonna butcher then. Bundy, Kemper, Speck, Brudos, or something else like Northcutt, Ramirez. God, there's so many serial killers out there in history, especially in that time frame. I don't know what happened from the 30s to the 70s, or to the 90s rather, in America, but holy moly. If you like care about true crime, you find like a serial killer lurking in every second city. It's crazy to me. The Phantom, the Night Stalker. And we still talk about them today. Like, I'm also part of the problem. I also keep their memory kind of alive. I'm talking about it right now. But my struggle is always that they are never portrayed as the monsters they truly are. And I just disagree with that on a fundamental level. But yeah, that's Hollywood for you. But I'm still gonna learn about them. Because again, I'm morbidly curious. Why? Why they did it? And it's always one of the same, like, usually it's the same answer. They are sick. Like, mentally ill. And on the other hand, they are not in the right circumstances. They are often terrible circumstances when they were brought up. Like, which one did I read about last? I think about I read about Foxhole Farm last, which was also really interesting. And terrifying. But yeah, that's that world. That's true crime. And the worst thing about it is that it's true. That it happened. Alright, I need to go the long way around. Or we can just fly to... Was it Viridian? Pewter. Because I think there are still some, like, for a fact, there are still some out there that had never been caught. But sometimes new evidence surfaces or new techniques get discovered. For example, the Golden State Killer. He was killed... He wasn't killed. He was captured by the police only a couple years back. After terrorizing... California. And I think it was 70s. And now they caught him. And that's pretty cool. Glitzy glow, please. So yeah, I think in general we as a society, we pry a lot on misery, like in any way, shape or form. But I'd like to educate on misery rather than just consume it. Betty bad. You rat. Well, let's move on to some happier topics, actually. Like, I don't want to sit around here and talk about serial killers all night. Playing Pokemon, damn it. Alright, Zubat. Okay, I think the level 5 ones are green now, and the level 6 and 7 ones are... Oh, sorry. But yeah. So now it's just a point of when will it show up. And we need to catch all of them. Okay, there's one. But yeah, I also bought a new book, actually. Another Japanese translation. And I'm very excited to read it. Like, I really wanted to get back into reading for myself, not for university. And it's gonna be great, I hope. Okay. There we go. Great too. Like, it's really... I was a very avid reader as a child. But then it kind of dropped when I had to read for university, for school and stuff. So now I read for myself only occasionally. But every time I do, I'm like, yeah, you need to read more, man. Okay. Got it. But yeah, like, currently I'm just trying to find myself again. Because last year has been... It's been cool. In parts. Especially, like, doing more with my friends and spending more time with them in general. But there was a couple of things last year that were tough. And I kind of had to reinvent myself a little. And I'm still not... Like, life has changed, like, all the time, you know? But I'm still not at a point where I'm, like, content with myself. And I don't know if I'll ever be, right? But, like, I want to... be at a point where I'm 50% content with myself. And I wasn't that for a long time. But it's getting better, mostly. I lost some people, which is just tough, you know? Especially when you lose them irreversibly. But you gotta live on. But last year it just kept piling on and on. And that's just like... it feels like shit. And now I have like a small breather. And I hope it's gonna last for a while. Okay, down to 70 encounters. We'll see if we get the Zubat today. But as I said, this is gonna be a very, very long-winded project. Hopefully I will usually have topics to talk about. And not have to, like, specifically concentrate on the game all the time. There we go. Especially not in Let's Go. Because Let's Go takes a long time per encounter, right? Oh. There we go. But what else is happening in the world? I'm not that caught up on news or something. Actually, something that like occupied my mind recently a lot was what's it called? Football Manager 26. Cause it's, in my opinion, it's awful. Unfortunately, I would have loved to play a lot more with you guys. But I haven't touched the game, like, since the last stream, and that was the first day when it was, like, the first beta day, and I'm just, like, disappointed. I just didn't like it. Maybe it'll win me over with a little time. And that's okay. Because there's a lot of different opinions on the internet about that game as well. Same as for Legends EA. Which I've talked about on numerous occasions. And I think Football Manager has a similar issue. Because, like, they took a break just as EA. Because they said, like, our game is not finished. We are gonna need a longer development time. Completely fair, completely understandable, right? But then they cut content. They made a step back in regards of UI. And they didn't implement a new match engine, just a little bit. It looks a little different, basically. It's like a skin. It's like a mod. And a bad skin. Because before you could mod the game to fit the skin, like the menu to your needs. And now it's just like, take it or leave it. And it's bad. So it's awful. And then you don't have a way of changing it. And I think that's disgusting. But yeah, it's a game that, like FM24, I played a lot of. a whole lot. Well, my first Football Manager, it was a good game, honestly. Like, it was, for them, the end of the time where they didn't use Unity. And so they were able to pull out all the steps at the time that they had, which was really cool. Like, this amounted to a great game. It's similar to Pokemon White 2, Black 2. Like, then, where the new console was already released, the 3DS, and they just said, we're gonna show you what's possible on a DS. We're gonna, like, this is the max you can get out of it. It was really cool. Like, honestly, like, I enjoyed it so much. And like, I have that 1,400 hours or something like that in FM24. And I wouldn't say like I'm a hardcore fan, even though I would probably be considered one. But I was really looking forward to the next one. Then it got cancelled, and now they're bringing out an awful product, basically. And in combination, that's just sad. Yeah, let's reset the area. And I'm really disappointed in Sports Interactive, because they, like, the communication was bad, the product is bad, and I hope that they're not delusional and say like, yeah, well, we got review bombed, or don't listen to the feedback at all. I hope they really take it to heart. I don't think most people are like personally attacking them, but it's just a disappointment, frankly. Like, this was the biggest football simulation game, except for FIFA, where the career mode isn't great, by the way. Like, you really have found your niche and your, like, loyal audience, and then you go and throw it all away. I just don't understand stuff like that. That's just something that I cannot understand, yeah. To be fair, it's the same thing for Pokemon. Like, not to that degree, of course. Because, like, the trajectory downwards wasn't as steep. And to be fair, Pokemon still is selling very well. But it's just like, if you give people unfinished and technically bad games on a regular basis, like, there is gonna be a point where you will lose your core customers. And who do you have left then? Like, if you stray too far from the path, you will lose yourself. Oh, what was that? You can't mistake the forest for the trees. Now where's the stupid green bat? Now I'm throwing straight, right. Oh, let's go. I will never love you catching mechanic. Never ever. But you're still one of the prettiest Pokemon games on the Switch. It's not close in that regard. But you also see the difference between the games, right? Like, if we were playing Scarlet and Violet, we would have a Zubat by now. Maybe even 2. And don't think that devalues the existence of shiny Pokemon. It's just, sometimes it's a stark contrast. Just because you can encounter so many at the same time in that game. And people don't realize that it's like not easier to find a shiny because there's sandwiches in there. But because you can check so many encounters at the same time and you can up your odds. Sure. Again, I think some publishers just have disappointed me recently. And Game Freak is no exception. Like, I think Legend ZA is a great game in parts. But as a whole experience, could be better. Apparently they also didn't have that much of a budget. Which I'm like, you claim that it's a main series title. Put some budget in it. Like, what's the problem? Except the narrative will be everything is going into Pokemon Wins and Pokemon Waves, and they are gonna be unfinished as well when it comes out. I've just grown a little disillusioned at this point. Come on, get in here, Zubat. Cool. It worked. I thought it would flee. I'm gonna research the odds real quick. Like, catch combo odds. Let's go. So if you have the shiny charm at a combo F of 31 plus, which we are, it's a 1 in 293 to roll a shiny on the very next spawn of the same species. Okay. We get a lure. Cuts up down by 20. So I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, I really don't think that by 20 that's worth it. No, thank you. Oh, there's Zubat. No. There we go. There we go. Hello, Zubat. Zubat, as we call it in Germany. But you write it the same way. And Golbat. Paris. Okay. Where are the bats? I'm Batman. Oh, no. I don't want the big pink blob. Not yet, anyways. Oh! Oh! Hello, buddy. Which ball are we gonna catch it in Premier Ball? Come on. There we go. The first of many. The first of many. Let's go. Okay. Gotta jot it down in our spreadsheet. Jot it down as caught. And we caught one of them. Okay. Nice. So now, I think we want to complete the line, right? I want a Golbat. Because there are chances they don't go down, you know? But now we need to get the encounters down to 2 again, right? We're at 2. Okay. There we go. Come on. No. Where is the... There we go. Now we're going for Golbat. Not Zubat. Okay. Oh, nice. Great one. Oh, down here. Excelente. There we go. I think it's easier to catch a Zubat, yeah. Since we already have built a catch combo for that one. No Ryan. Get in here. Okay, that's the 8th one. Maybe I should look up the flea animations before I hunt more in Let's Go. Honestly, that might be a good course of action for the future. Oh. Mm-mm. Okay. I don't know how that went over there, by the way. I was throwing straight. There we go. It's 5% of 200 encounters. 293 was the odds, I think. Let's see how long it's gonna take. What was that sound? Okay. Normal one. Okay, let's get him. Great. Great. Yeah, I also played some more Minecraft yesterday after I ended stream. And I finished the array of sheep farms. And I bred up some bees. So I played, I don't know, 2 hours or something like that off stream. It was pretty fun. I still don't have a design for a bee farm, so I might have to look up one. Mm-mm. Where are the bats? We also still have to play through Jedi Survivor and Horizon Zero Dawn later down the line. But we'll see how that's gonna fit in. Hopefully it's fine. Let's go. Maybe I also have to pick up a snack, but we're not even 2 hours in. Oh, come on. We're basically 10% to full odds. Usually you get it before full odds, right? There it is. 2. Ah, Shiba. Okay. It's a Paris. Next Zubat that spawns is not shiny. 26. Honestly, it's pretty nice that our combo hasn't broken. Oh no, I jinxed it. Oh no. Why did I do that? Come on, Zubat. There we go. There we go. Get 10%. No, Geodude. You are not welcome here. No chancey. No, no. Hey, Custard. Welcome. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, I have a reputation of being here sometimes. Fancy meeting you here. We are catching a lot of bats today. We are going to recreate 2020. No, I'm kidding. We're shiny hunting. Okay. Where are... There's two. You can't hide from me. I will find you and I will catch you. But encounters in this game take a very long time actually. I don't know if we're gonna be back in Let's Go soon. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of the mechanics in this game. But it's okay. Yeah, evolve. Otherwise you're gonna try to evolve at any level anyways, so... Golbat. We're hunting you right now, Golbat. You just need to eat a lot of vegetables and become green. There we go. I'm going for a green bat. I'm going for the second green bat. We already caught Zubat. But I'm still looking for Golbat, since I want the entire evolution line. In beautiful green. I can show you the Zubat. Actually, maybe we should bring in the shiny Zubat for now. Where is it? Oh no, do I have to go through all of them? Lolicon. Skipped one. Oh, that's ASMR. Any nature guesses for the Zubat? I'd like to think that it's sassy. A little Little sassy bat. Wait, where's my shiny? There it is. We're gonna change the markings and we're gonna make it a favorite for now, so we don't miss it. Since apparently in this game, it is hasty, by the way. Apparently it doesn't show in the box when it's shiny. That's okay. Oh. Impish, yeah, hasty, that's what I said. Yeah, okay, sure, buddy. I mean, we're gonna need to catch a lot of Pokemon to evolve it into Golbat anyways, so we'll just do that. Yeah, Hazy, Custard, I see what you're doing there. Excelente. Again, it's not my favorite catching mechanic, but as I explained in the beginning, we need to exhaust every single shiny hunting method at least once in this project, so I guess that's okay. Can I mute my mic for a sec? No, moment. Oh, great Mount Moon. Give me the green bat. The grass type Zubat. Well, you got it half right, I guess. Oh. Okay, 34. A Geodude? Yeah, my first shiny in this game was a Pidgey, so usually it's the mundane ones. But when you're looking for them, they don't show up usually. At least for me. Okay. Oh no, that's a Geodude. Come on. There we go. Again, it just takes such a long time to get encounters. I don't know if I'm doing anything wrong, but... Okay. There was something in my headset, I don't know. Okay. Oh, I wanted to catch a Golbat in a Premier Ball as well. I should maybe switch to Pokeballs. This one. Okay. Come on. You know, the assumption of shiny hunters is always that at odds you're like guaranteed to get a Pokemon, but that's not true. It's for every Pokemon in its own. Like, it's an enclosed ecosystem. Like, sure, over the great span it will be near those odds, but it's just down to luck for the average Joe. Yeah, for real, like, that's not how probability works. Yeah, exactly. That's everything I took from my 2 semesters of physics studies. But that's a very big misconception many people have. Okay. Zubat. Like, you're not gonna get a shiny Pokemon in like 25 Dynamax adventures. Like, sure, the probability is very high, but it's not guaranteed. That's the one thing that people are like always confused about. Like, but I did 25 Dynamax adventures and I didn't get a single shiny. Yeah, you got unlucky, brother. 37 and you don't have a shiny. Well, that honestly, that's unlucky. Yeah. That's hella unlucky even, but oh well. But yeah, that's probability, right? You're not guaranteed in any way, shape, or form. Oh, you got a Zygarde, crazy. Cause Zygarde, the adventure is pretty tough, no? Let's Go still has pretty decent odds, actually. Wait. Come on here, buddy. It was disgusting. Oh no. Uh, did you cook it yourself or did you buy dinner? Because there's nothing worse than cooking yourself and putting in the work and then the food being... Oh, your brother cooked it? Oh no. Hope you didn't hurt his feelings then. But yeah. You told him you were full. Yeah, okay. That tracks. I had really nice lunch today. It was like noodles or pasta with a really nice sauce and vegetables. It was tasted immaculate, actually. But our canteen usually isn't that great, so it was a revelation in comparison to usually. Must be nice. Yeah, I'm sorry, actually. Having decent food. Yeah, I like to cook myself, so usually I eat decently. But sometimes I have like a week or something where I just get slop. Like a lot of grease and fat, usually a lot of fast food. But I try to not to have that too often. Since I have an issue with my digestive system. And if I eat too much of that, I have physical problems. Which is pretty tough then. You get the poopies? No, I don't. It's a hereditary disease, which means that I can't break down certain elements of the food. Or like my kidneys don't output them as waste, but rather store them in the body. And then I could have complications later. And yeah, that sucks, exactly. For example, I can't really have alcohol, which I did when I was younger. Because my kidneys don't break it down, basically. And yeah, that really sucks. But hey, like, it's just something that skipped my dad's buddy. And my grandpa already had it. And so it was just like a recessive gene. Not having alcohol isn't a bad thing, to be honest. It isn't, but I was very much used to having a lot of alcohol, actually. And German, especially southern German culture, is centered a lot around alcohol. I don't miss it. Like, not at all, actually. But it's just something that, especially in the first year where I realized that I had it, I had to explain to a lot of people why I'm not drinking anymore and stuff, and it was just annoying. Especially since in a time where I had my first, like, attack, because you can have attacks. It presents that way when you eat too badly, for example. When I had my first attack, I was already in the process of cutting down my alcohol consumption. Or consume. And now I didn't do it voluntarily, but rather was forced to do it. Which, yeah. You'd just rather not be sick, right? But overall, for myself, it probably wasn't too bad. Because I went out drinking a lot, and I regret that now, because it might have caused the illness to present for, like, earlier. But again, it was just a very social thing for us, because we're like out in the countryside, and like every activity was like coupled with drinking. And again, I enjoyed it with my friends, right? I wasn't somebody who... I didn't buy a beer for me to drink at home. Like, I bought a beer to meet my friends, and then we would drink a little bit of beer. We didn't always get wasted, you know? It was just like mostly... Yeah, what are we doing tonight? Yeah, let's go to a bar, let's play some games, let's drink a few beers, and then it's fine. It was just a social thing. And there are many alcoholics in the vicinity. But again, I never felt like being on a slope, like I didn't have a problem with stopping it. My dad was rather shocked when I said, when I had my diagnosis. I told him, yeah, I'm gonna stop drinking, and he was like, but you can drink a little, and I could. And I was like, no, I'm just gonna stop altogether. I don't mind. Like, I know it's very bad for me, so I'll just stop. What? How did that not hit? And yeah. So, it's actually not been that tough for me to stop. It's just sometimes when I'm out with people, I would like to have the option, at least, to get a buzz, or like to drink a few beers. But I don't. I'll drink my water, I drink my Coke or my juice. And at this point, people don't question it anymore. And it's completely fine, actually. Yeah, I get that. Like, for me, it's like that with smoking cigarettes. Like, my dad was an avid smoker. He smoked a lot. And I decided as a child, I think that's disgusting, I'm not gonna smoke. So I've never tried a cigarette in my life, for example. And again, that's something I just don't like, feel like I'm missing out on something. I work at a gas station where we sell tobacco products. And it's mostly like, people pay a lot for that. So, that's another incentive why I don't smoke. I never even had like an itch or an urge to smoke. It was just like, whatever, you do you. I don't care, but I don't wanna. Didn't even, like, a lot of my friends smoked pot or something. Now it would be even legal to get marijuana in Germany. But we made brownies once. But smoking, no. I don't care about that. And I actually, like many people would say, they miss the feeling of drinking alcohol. I don't. I actually miss beer because I liked beer's taste. That's a bigger one for me. No. I mean, like, liquor and stuff, I don't miss it all. I don't... Never liked it that much. Sure, I drank it because everybody did, but I wasn't like regularly drinking liquor on like more than one day in the week. And that was the day where we went to a bar or had a party or anything. There I did a few shots and that was it. But again, I think it's good that I don't drink anymore. I didn't like myself when I was drinking that much. And I wanted to change it anyway, so my illness gave me kind of the push to stop. That's how I would phrase it. The drive. Do I wish I wouldn't have an illness? Yes. Can I change it? No. So that's okay. I hope I will not pass it down to, if I ever have a child, to them. That's like one thing that I thought a lot about. Because when you have a hereditary disease, even if it's just as mundane as this, you know, you can't eat certain foods and can't drink alcohol. I wouldn't want to put somebody in that situation. Oh, no, it's you, dude. We're having a moment here. Don't interrupt, man. Okay. Okay, Zubat, can you bring your friend? You know, the green one? Oh, that sounds racist. Oh, good. Yeah, I mean, usually it skips a generation. But still, it's something that you need to consider, you know? Or that you automatically consider. But yeah, still I wouldn't... At the moment I wouldn't want to risk it. I don't know how I'll feel in a couple years. When I, you know, have lived with the illness for a bit and stuff. But yeah, it sucks as a feeling, for sure. Okay. Oh, come on. Let's go. Mm-mm. I hope that I didn't deplete all the shiny Zubats in this area. I know that's not how it works, but sometimes feels like that. No, Raihan. You will not evolve. You'll stay my perfect little Raihan forever. Oh, we're almost level 20. Where we get Golbat, I think. Then we're back to looking for Zubat. Okay. Come on, man. I'm gonna do 20 more minutes and then I'm gonna get a snack real quick. That was poor. Okay, there we go. I mean, the first Zubat was wildly under odds. Makes sense that this one takes a little longer. The cloth of averages is in full effect. No haze. Oh, it doesn't evolve at 20. I really need to get a new overlay for shiny hunting, actually. Great. Oh, the big blob. I'm gonna not be like up too late today. As I said, I really wanna read my new book. It's actually the book that I got my uncle shortly before he passed away. And I don't know if he ever read it, but I wanna read what I gifted him, you know? And for that I don't wanna ask if I can borrow that version, but rather bought my own. I hope it's at least a good read, you know? I've been really getting back into books. When I was a child, I read everything. Everything that wasn't inaccessible to me. Like, they knew my name at the library. They knew me on a first name basis. It was pretty funny. And sometimes they even ordered new books and asked me what I wanted to read next. Which was pretty cool. They were pretty nice to me. There we go. Cool, also the 100 encounters. 1/3 of our odds roundabout. Nice. You are not green. At least they don't break out as much anymore. I'm not gonna evolve it yet. We're gonna evolve it when we have the second one. And there we go. Ah. Why is it jumping that much? It's literally off by 1 pixel. Where can I position it differently? Okay, there we go. Sorry, that took a little longer than I expected. Nice. 101. Okay. I haven't shiny hunted for a long time in a game that wasn't Legends or Scarlet Violet. Honestly, it's kinda nice getting back in the rhythm with a little bit higher odds. I mean, not necessarily compared to Legends, but compared to Scarlet and Violet, we would have had 3 of them by now. And that's why I'm gonna try to save up the amount of Scarlet Violet Pokemon that I allocated. You are not green either. But I will gladly introduce you into my death army. My bad army. No, my death army. Jesus Christ. There we go. $106. Oh no. That was awful. Can't. So bad. You will stay now. Okay. Just the Geodude. I didn't see the pairs there, I swear. Jesus Christ. Chansey. And a Zubat. Good old Zubat. Mm-mm. 109. Come on. Nice lob. Okay. Right. 192. Yeah, okay. Position is still fine. Because I need to press the arrow keys to up the counter. And I thought it might do something to the overlay. Overlay. The text. Oh. Lord of Bats. 113. Come on. Show me a green one. That's why we're here. Alright. We need to step it again. It's a blue one. A blue man group. Blue bat group. There's a Zubat. Honestly, I'm just in the flow state. Let's just go to the full hour. Oh god. That was everything but nice. Oh my god. Okay. Show me the green one. Oh my god. Where are all these critters coming from? Jesus. Okay. Then we're on our way. Okay, 118. Okay. Okay. This one's not a grass type either. Okay, 121. Not green again. two of them. Another one is green. $122. $123. Do not evolve, buddy. Oh. Got one more. No. You are not green, my friend. Not green. $126. Unfortunate. $29. 130. I hope I didn't miss one. That would be embarrassing. There we go. $132. Let's go to 150, and then I'm gonna grab a snack really quick. Really? Nothing. Oh, this one. No, another dude. Okay, that's fine. No, this is Zubat. One, 3, 5. So 15 more. Get it? We have it. 37, that's nice. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Don't juke me like that. That's not nice. Great. Oh, right on. Hey, buddy. You wanna evolve again? No, sir. Zooey. Another one spawning maybe? No. That's fine. Great. Oh, 142. No, come on. Oh. And 44. Got it. Oh god. That was poor. No, keep the old moves. FOMO. Mate. I know the early one was a little faster. I guess if the probability average is out, I think it's fine, right? But the first one beta me. Paris. Okay. Okay, 2 more. Let's go. Okay, 149. No, 2. Spawn out of nowhere. Okay, I'm gonna catch them until there aren't any more in this flow. Oh god. What is going on? Don't stop spawning, but give me a green one, mate. Great. $154. Okay, no more here. Then I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Okay. Alright. I'll be right back. Alright. Sorry, took a little longer. I grabbed some instant noodles. And a smoothie, actually. Nope. Wait, let me finish it. This is predestined to be knocked over. Okay. Didn't spill a lot. There's a Zubat. Oh no. I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, the smoothie was really nice. I need some more vitamins. I'm usually not a big fruit guy, you know. But I am. Oh, lots and lots of Zubats. Okay, 156. Oh, that's fine. Doesn't really matter which one of them. 158. We're making progress. Ah, I thought I could sneak past it. I mean, the encounters right down there aren't 100% accurate anyways, so that's completely fine. Round about 160. Okay, 160 is pretty nice. And click. There we go. I thought this would be a little faster if we continued to combo, honestly. Oh, come on. Oh god. Great. 167. There was one, but it wasn't shiny. Oh, a lot of them. Wow. $168. That's pretty nice. So we're about 70 away from full odds. Yeah. Okay, 171. Nice. Oh, Onyx. Jesus Christ, you scared me. Clip Fairy. Well. No. Don't catch this guy. Yikes. Come on. Pooh. $176. Oh my lord. Are we really gonna go to full arts on this one? Maybe. $178. So we're still around 60 in the hole. Right, here's gonna be a shiny. Or not. Great. Again, not a shiny. That's okay though. Sorry, Zubat. I want you as my friend, but I need a green one. The green. The Grinch. $181. Da da da. Zooby 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 zoobat. I'm not gonna go to bed before I don't catch the stupid goal, but There we go. Let's go. When it's 7. The thing is, get 50 more till we hit odds. But I have a slight feeling that we'll have to wait a little longer. $188, nice. Oh, we got it actually. Okay, Zubat, tell me where your green friends are. Oh, there we go. Told me where his friend was, but not the green one. Oh, another. $191. $192. Okay, 193. So exactly 100 Zubats auf Ort. Gott. No Rhyhorn. We're at 195, crazy. I really need to put my mic over here. Oh my god, Paris. Where is the second Zubat? Guys, you are killing me. Okay, Zubat. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Nice. And with that, we're at 200 encounters for Golbat. No. Okay, 201. No bats in sight, unfortunately. Let me... Oh. Place my hat on my head again. It's a little uncomfortable somehow. My hair has gotten way too long. I really need to go to the barber's very, very soon. But I am. Okay. Two, three. It's a big no-no. And a Chansey. Meow. Yeah, that's just a normal one again. Oh, I got it. Yes. Clean. Clean. $85 left for odds. Please do not make me go to full odds. crap. The Zubat has gone to level 34 while catching all the others. That's crazy, actually. Nothing here. Oh. Get to 11, let's go. To 13. So A missing. To 14. Oh, we got this one at least. First try, probably. It's a Paris. Where's the green bat? Okay, 217. into 18. Oh, thank you, Chansey. Ah, yes, shiny hunting. Not always the most exciting thing to do. But when the green Zubat comes around, there's no better feeling than actually finding the shiny. Mm-mm. No, that was very limp. Can't you do it? Oh, by the... You might also be wondering why it says 150 as the number of all Pokemon in this gen. It's because you can't get Shiny Mew on the Switch. We might invoke a class where we have to hunt for it on another medium. But on a Switch it's not possible at this point in time. The squiggles. Okay, 227. So we're under no. It's 93, right? So we're under 70. 66 to hit odds. But then again, we had the first one relatively quickly, so the odds for 2 we're still well below. Unlucky. No, come on. Oh, crisp, immaculate, nice curvature, a good fastball. Ooh, let's go. Okay, 60 in the hole. Bless. Okay, so 57. Yeah, I'm gonna remove my hat. It's a little... It hurts a little. If you have it on all this time. Chance. Would you refer to me to the Green Zubat, please, Geodude? I would really appreciate it. I would want to meet them. That's a blue one, but thank you anyways. Do 41. To 42. Come on, there we go. Yo! Cozy Mushroom Prince, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Where did this Zubat go? Oh. New one spawned anyways. Okay, we got one. Oh no, it changed the scene. Alright, there we are. Okay, got this one. Okay. Okay, 246. So we need around about 50 more to hit odds. I can already tell that we're gonna hit odds. For sure. The Zubats have not been kind. Oh. Yeah, well, but that's shiny hunting for you. At the end of the day, it's still luck. Whew. There we go. Okay, 249. So 44. $251. Alright. Just be here. Please. No. Okay, 252. Okay, 2 more. Okay, 254. Okay, 4A. Oh no. Nothing here. Great. Let's go. That should definitely be enough. Can't hit it. Thought it might hit odds, but as I said, I think we're probably going over odds. Like, cozy. I'm gonna call you Cozy. Or do you want to be called Shroom? Yes, I know that. I have that on since people are constantly coming in here and promoting themselves or their art or something like this. And it usually deters them from coming in here. You got an ad? Oh. So basically, it's since people regularly come in here to promote their own art or own streams or stuff, I activated followers only and that you need to be a follower for 10 minutes because it usually deters them from, you know, doing that. It's sometimes it is frustrating for new people that come in here, but it's honestly still better than constantly being harassed on the internet. Yeah, all good. I figured it was a joke. But I actually did buy a mixtape once when I visited Chicago back in 2015, 2016. There was a guy on the street who just came up to us and he asked, "Do you guys want to buy my mixtape?" And we were like, "Hell yeah, brother." So how you doing? How did you come here? I haven't seen too many people today in the chat. I guess I usually don't, but today was especially quiet for Pokemon Day. Chicago, yeah. I went there, like we had an exchange with a high school in Ohio, in Cincinnati. And we had a 3-day trip to Chicago within that exchange program. Chicago was a pretty nice city, actually. I really enjoyed my stay there. I actually celebrated my 16th birthday back in Chicago. That was pretty fun. A friend of mine went out in the early morning and got a chocolate cake for me. It was still one of the best cakes I've ever had. Actually, it was pretty nice. But what I didn't like, and I hope I don't offend you with that, is deep dish pizza. Like, I just like European style pizza more, especially Italian one, of course. And they're the expert on that matter, I guess. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's just annoying when people come in here like there's one every half an hour and it's like, "Oh, I see you need some overlays done. I see you need some whatever." And I don't. Like, this is just a silly little hobby for me. And the volume of it can be pretty annoying. Is your favorite city? Yeah, it was a pretty cool one. A little windy. But I like the... I don't know what's it called. The train that is like on a different level than the street. I think that was pretty cool. I haven't been to the States that much. Like, I've been twice. Like, once on the exchange and once... Oh! Let's go! We are free! Hopefully. Come on. Yes! Oh my god. That took longer than it should have. It's okay though. There we go. That's the... Yeah, naughty. Oh my god. Gonna add it to our party. And we're gonna favorite it. How do you do that? Oh, right, yeah. God freaking bless. So we can't, like, remove it. Do we have a rare candy, though? We have a few Zubat candies. Power pocket. Little pocket. Okay, no we don't. Okay, sure. Right. So now we need to catch Pokemon until Zubat evolves. Oh my god. The next one we're not gonna hunt and let's go. Like, I am 110% done with this game. Right now. Jesus Christ. Where's the Chansey? We also need to sell or send all of the Biggins away, all of the Zubats. Oh my god. Am I a big Pokemon fan? Yeah, I would say so. I have played Pokemon since I was 6 years old. And my uncle, who unfortunately has already passed away, he bought me Pokemon Diamond back then for my DS that I got from my parents when I went to school. And I've been quite hooked since. Like, my favorite generation is Generation 5, you know, Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2. Especially Black 2, White 2 are probably my favorite games at this point in the franchise. And I even earned my bachelor's degree by writing a thesis about Pokemon's 5th generation. Which was pretty cool. My parents weren't too happy about it, but hey, what can you do? I just love the world building. I know that the games have flaws, and that's okay, you know? I just appreciate them for what they are. Also, it's probably easier to level up the low level Zubat. But yeah, I would say I'm indeed a big Pokemon fan, yeah. Like, not the biggest one out there, but I like them a lot. They have accompanied me through most of my life. And I always had a lot of fun. I love the trading card game. And yeah. I don't know what else to say, honestly. Like, Pokemon has always been like a part of my life. And I think it's nice that I can still enjoy it from time to time. Like, I don't only play Pokemon, for sure. Like, I think I would get bored of it eventually at this point. And I would also say that I am not the target audience anymore for most games. Or for Pokemon games. How old am I now? I am 24. And yeah. It was pretty cool to write the thesis on it. And I'm even contemplating writing my master's thesis about it. But that's still a little bit away. Yeah. Starter choices for each generation I have played. Ooh. I've played every single generation at this point, except for Gen 1, but I have played the remakes. As you can see here. I'm gonna start it for historically. My first generation was Generation 4. And I loved Chimchar. But I also really liked Turtwig, who I chose in Platinum later. I chose Totodile in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And then went back to the Fire starters with Tepig in Black and White. Black to White too, I picked Snivy, but I played that when I wrote my thesis, so in 2022. What else is there? Gen 6. I usually went with the Fire starter, so I picked Fennekin in Gen 6. And in that gen you could also pick a Mega Kanto starter, where I chose Squirtle, because I love Blastoise and Squirtle. And Gen 7 I picked Litna again, you know, the Fire starter. In Gen 8, I played that only recently actually. I don't like Scorbunny. Like, it's too humanoid for me in the final evolution, so I picked Grookey and Sobble in my 2 respective playthroughs. In Gen 9, I picked Fuecoco. And I think that's all. No, Gen 3, I forgot Auras, of course. I picked the Fire starter. I picked, what's it called? Torchic. Even though I'm also a big Mudkip fan. But, again, firefighting was just something that I really liked. Don't Chansey spawn here without catch combo? Guess I can catch a Golduck too. But my favorite starter overall, I say, it's very nostalgia fueled, right? But I would say my overall favorite starter is still Chimchar. With Turtwig being a close second, to be fair. I think Gen 4 just has really great starters. Even though I'm always joking around with a friend of mine that I don't really like Piplup. I think Piplup is really cool as well. It just has the problem that it's in the most stacked starter generation, again in my opinion. But it's very cute. It is indeed very cute. 28, Jesus, man. Nah, all good. A lot of my friends are in that age as well. Squirtle, Chikorita, Trico. Ooh, Oshawott. I'm an Oshawott hater. I'm sorry. Like, I think Oshawott just looks like a Pokemon that you can find on Route 2 or 3 and Duat. The same, it looks like just an early game water evolution line in my opinion. But the rest is pretty cool. And for Legends, I picked Chikorita as well actually. Because we opened some TCG packs and I said I'm only allowed to use Pokemon that I'll find in there. And so I used Meganium. And I didn't want to use Meganium, but it was pretty cool actually. I love Meganium. Okay. Let's just catch a Golbat as well. Honestly, I've kind of gotten better at this game. Did I enjoy Legends ZA? Yes, I did. We did a 24-hour stream, but I finished it in 21 hours, 16 minutes, I think. It was really fun. The story is a little bit repetitive with the Rogue Mega Evolutions at some points. But I really like the concept and I love that they did something with colors again. And I really enjoyed it, yeah. I love that Zygarde just does something that's not, you know, loitering in a cave. the old Giratina treatment that Zygarde unfortunately never got. Because they didn't do anything with Gen 6. Alright. Green Bat, let's go. Right. That's our second Kanto Pokémon. Crunch, yes, you can learn Crunch. I don't really care, but... You like it better than Scarlet and Violet. Pooh. I really like Scarlet and Violet a lot. That's the game that got me back into Pokemon. I bought a Switch for Scarlet and Violet, basically. And I really, really enjoyed it, to be fair. I think it has a really cute story and everything. So I wouldn't say that I like it better. I would just say that I like both. I know that's kind of a cop-out answer, but... I would honestly say so, that I really like both of them. Okay. But, to find out which is the next Pokemon, the next Gen 1 Pokemon that we're hunting, we're gonna open one pack of Scarlet and Violet. As we are already talking about that game. I like their randomness. I think that was a good idea. Oh no. Okay, so first up is a Dolliv. Then we have a Quaxley. Ponyard. Schmidderhammer. Oinkologne. Spiritomb. No Gen 1 Pokemon in this pack, I guess. Toadschool. And Miraidon. Okay. I still have some packs, right? Do we go Destined Rivals with the Mewtwo? Or do we go Evolutions in Paldea? I think Evolutions in Paldea, since I would probably do the next one in Paldea. Yo, the alert didn't show here. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Really appreciate it. Okay, I think I know our next hunt. Our next hunt is Slowpoke. Now the question is, in which game are we gonna hunt Slowpoke? Do we want area reset in Lumia City? Probably, right? Because that is also the game where you can distinctly see the difference between shiny Slowpoke and non-shiny Slowpoke. Alright, then let's do that. I'm just gonna save real quick. You're so fun to talk to, you're kind and I appreciate you actually talking to me. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. Oh, what happened? Oh, Nightbot deleted your message. Yes, Legends, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think when you're in like when you're a small streamer, I think you gotta appreciate everyone coming here, because for me it's just a hobby, you know. I would play these games anyway, but I like it better playing them with somebody here than just being on my own and playing the game, you know. I like the interaction. Okay, but we are going to get rid of this controller and go ahead with the Pro controller. But it's got an update. We have to wait for a sec. 1 minute. That should be fine. Yeah. I don't know how fast this hunt for Slowpoke is gonna be, but we'll see. We'll hunt Slowpoke and Slowbro, I think. Since Slowbro is also a Gen 1 Pokemon. Oh, but we need to hunt for Galarian Slowpoke as well, due to our rules. There we go, Legends ZA. Alright. Where do you find Slowpoke again? Was it zone? It was the Carvana zone, wasn't it? Yeah. How do you shiny hunt in this game? Do you just, you know, reset like this? I haven't really done any shiny hunting besides the tower. Does it work that way? Sorry, Carvana. I mean, we could also get Bellsprout here, which would also be a Gen 1 Pokemon, so I would not be opposed to that at all. Phenoman recently showed me a video on shiny hunting in this game, but oh, I can't really recall it. Okay, where's that guy? Alright. I'll just watch this for a second while resetting the area. I'm sorry, Kavana. Can I go through you? Get another Slowpoke. Oh, red. We could also bench reset here. Oh, Watchhog. Run, 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 run. They're out for blood. There's our book as well. Oh. My hobbies besides streaming, I read a lot at this point. I play the guitar, I play tennis, I play a lot of chess right now. Mostly online because nobody here plays chess. I went to poker on Monday, which was pretty nice. Yeah. What else? Of course, hanging out with friends is a big one, but I wouldn't really say that that's a hobby. That always bothered me when people said that. I like writing. I did write some short stories back in the day. I never published them, of course. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. What else? I mean, I wouldn't count university as a hobby, but at the moment it takes up a lot of my time. Since we have a few projects that are pretty time consuming. What type of books do I like? Honestly, I don't mind at all. I read everything. Like, recently I read American Prometheus, like the Oppenheimer biography. Recently I read Strange Pictures and Strange Houses by Yuketsu, who is a Japanese YouTuber, and it's like mystery thriller books. And it's, yeah. I read everything that I find. As long... I don't like to spend that much money. That's why last weekend there was like a book bazaar in the town where I live. And I picked up like 15 books to read. If I were a girl, you'd marry me. That makes me a little uncomfortable, I'm sorry. But I appreciate the kind words, of course. But it's okay. Let's just check. Best birds. Oh! Oh my god! Come on, best bird. Let's go. I didn't even hunt for that. But I'll of course take it. Give me a second. How many books have I read this year? It's probably around 20, I would guess. And my favorite book this year is probably... Strange Pictures, because it's like a mystery book, right? I already said that earlier. But it's one that really grappled me. It really gripped me. I don't know how you say that. But I couldn't put it away. I read it through it in one sitting. I read very fast, to be honest. And it made me stay up all night and think about it. And I haven't found that in a book very often recently. Like, I had that way more... What? No way. Are you kidding me? Get 2 shiny Bellsprout. Where was I? Yeah. And Strange Houses had the same effect, even though I didn't enjoy it as much as the Strange Pictures, you know? But it was still pretty cool. Where was I? Strange Houses, Strange Pictures. Yeah, that was probably my favorite books right now, and they really got me, like, emotionally. That was pretty cool. But my favorite book this year... Oh. I've read so many. I think American Prometheus was very good. I mean, the Oppenheimer movie was based on it, but... Did I hear something? But it was like a tougher read. Like, you had to go for it chapter by chapter. And I had to put it away sometimes because I read it in English and it's not my native language, so it was a little tough, you know. But it was not tough to read in English, but generally tough to read, I guess. But that's okay. Like, I like the challenge. It's just when I want to relax and not read something for university, I, at this point, usually prefer a lighter read. I read both on e-paper and normal paper. So both digitally and analog. Which I like to have the option. I don't mind reading an ebook, but it just sometimes doesn't feel like you're reading a book. I don't know. Of course you can recommend me some books. I'm always open for new book recommendations, believe me. I recently read Tolstoy because my mom recommended it to me, which was also pretty cool. So if you have some cool books that you want to share, sure. I appreciate that very much. And don't worry about making me uncomfortable. It was just... the phrasing was a little... But other than that, all good. As I said, I'm not a native speaker of the language, so sometimes I might misinterpret some things. Always have that little caveat with me. Low Bellsprout. But as I said, like, I read the entire A Song of Ice and Fire series in 1 week's time, so if I really like something, I finish it in one sitting usually. I also read a lot of books. Oh hey, Staryu. Set in the Star Wars universe. My Friend by Frederick Beckman. I'm gonna shut that down real quick. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. No, I am not a native speaker. I'm actually... I have lived my entire life here in Germany. And we... Like, I had English training already in kindergarten because they said I was like gifted with languages and stuff. So I started to learn English pretty early, but didn't go to that special school since that would have been way further away from my home. And my parents weren't comfortable with that. And I agree, that was the correct decision. I think my accent still shines through a lot of the time, but... Oh! Shiny China now. But other than that, I am very happy with my level of English. Okay, so we have our first phase. I still haven't decided on what to do with the phases. If we count them towards the next generation or their respective generation. But I think it's just not a point in our quest to find every shiny Kanto Pokémon. For now. We will eventually get to Gen 5, so it's completely fine. It's an emotional roller coaster. Ooh. That sounds intriguing. Currently, I'm mostly reading books set in Japan, honestly. So having a little something else would be pretty nice as well, yeah. So yeah, currently I'm reading The Days in the Bookstore Morisaki, which at least that's a literal translation of the title. I don't know what exactly it's called in English, but it's a book that I gifted my uncle in for Christmas last year. Unfortunately, he never read it because he passed away shortly after. And my aunt read it then, and she said it was really good. And so I bought it myself to read it. And I'm glad that even though he wasn't able to enjoy the book, I did give him something nice, even though he didn't have that much time left. Kavanas. No Dynamo. No Slowpoke back here. Yeah, it's pretty sad. He fought cancer for about 4 years, and then at some point his body just wasn't able to keep up the fight. But he always took it in stride. He was a very, very funny person and very kind, and even when he was really down, he still managed to be an inspiration for me, because he always supported me no matter what. He was my godfather as well. I do use Kindle, yes. I haven't I don't know if I have mine here at all. I may have. It may have stayed with my parents, but right now I either use the Kindle app or I read on paper. But as I said, usually I do prefer reading on paper. It just sometimes I see a book and I want to read it now, and so I downloaded it on Kindle or the app instead of ordering it on Amazon. But yeah, English, because we were talking earlier about English being a secondary language for me. I just enjoyed like getting in touch with foreign cultures, like I always have. I also learned French in school, but I don't like France that much. I was there as well, but it just never clicked with me in France. And right now I'm learning Korean, but it's pretty difficult since it's very different than like Western languages. So I'm struggling a little to get a hold of the concepts there. But I visited Korea and Japan in 2024, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. So I'm very much looking forward to doing that again someday. Especially South Korea was like a really nice experience. The people were so kind. Sometimes it's, especially in, like I had heard that some of them are xenophobic, especially towards Westerners. But that wasn't the case at all. And when I stayed in smaller towns, it was still a lot of very kind people, very hospitable people as well. Especially the older people were so kind to me. And the younger ones too. Like nobody was abrasive or talking down to me. At least not to my face, of course. But they were very, very nice. And I would love to return there someday. I love Korean TV as well. Mostly dramas though. But I really like those. I'm probably gonna butcher the pronunciation, but 나는 한국어를 배우고 있어요, which means I'm learning Korean. And that's basically the most I can comfortably say in Korean. Because I'm grasping at straws with a lot of the grammatics, especially. Like I know some words, but stringing sentences together is just it's not logical to me, and then I have a hard time doing that. And I have slacked off a little bit in terms of revisiting or revising vocabulary and stuff, since I'm currently very much out of time. My my favorite K-dramas. Ooh. Oh, there are so many that I love. Right now I'm watching Dynamite Kiss on Netflix. I liked Warm and Cozy, and I don't know if it's Snowflower or Snowflake on Disney Plus. Is also really good in my opinion. Queen of Tears was really cool. I really have to look up my list because I watched so many of those. I can't recall all of the names, I think. But yeah, I really love Korean culture. Like, not the super work orientation of Korean culture and the suicide rates that go along with that. But people were so nice. Oh yeah, Dr. Slump was also really good. I liked Love Stricken City on Netflix. When the Weather is Fine. And the first one I watched was My First Love. It was called, I think. That was also really nice. Like, visiting Korea and seeing a lot of the places where those things were filmed was really, really cool. I really appreciated that. And since I'm also very much into League of Legends, which has permeated the culture there pretty extensively, I also visited Pro Game and stuff. That was also really, really cool. My Beloved Summer. Okay. Oh, is that about... I think I watched that one, actually. Let me check real quick. Yeah, I don't either. People are like... Oh, you watch K-dramas. Was it Our Beloved Summer? Yeah, I watched that, actually. Startup? Yeah, I watched that. It was very good, yeah. Honestly, I don't like those period pieces, like in the Joseon period or stuff. But other than that, I think I probably watched most of the K-dramas on Netflix. And when I was in Korea, I had some health issues, so I had to stay at the hotel for a little while. And so I watched the entire, I don't know, was it third or fourth season of Dr. Romantic in there? Because that wasn't... Oh, right, on Disney Plus, if you have it. The First Responders, very good K-drama. Very, very... like, very watchable. But I could go on and on and on. The Real Nam the Sun. Ah, yeah, he's very good. I like Park Shin-hye and Eun Ji-won. Our Beloved Summer. I think it was great. I don't really have the story in the back of my mind right now. I might have to rewatch it, but I gave it a thumbs up on Netflix, and I usually don't do that. So I must have liked it. Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha is also a very good one. But yeah. That's probably my favorites. Like, I have rewatched a lot of those. What was the one that I watched recently? list. There's a lot of the K-dramas on there. Shooting Stars was really cool. Love Next Door. Welcome to Sandar Uri. Love and Contract was decent. Hometown Cha-Cha-Cha is really cool, yeah. What else do we have? Suspicious Partner was really nice, where Chi Chang-wook is very good. Crash Landing on You was a little... it was a little far-fetched for me, I'm gonna be real. Extraordinary Woo. No, I haven't watched that one. That's on my list though. Yeah, sure, hit me up. Right, Destined With You was also... Where is that one? There's one... The Potato Lab was good. But there's one person, one actor who I really like, but I can't seem to find his name right now. Ah, here. Is it Yoo Yeon-suk? Yeah, Yoo Yeon-suk. Really appreciate that guy. Amazing actor. Oh, Romance is a bonus book was also good. Rain or Shine. W, Two Worlds Apart, Nevertheless. Honestly, all of them are pretty good on Netflix, I'm gonna be real with you. I could rewatch them at any day. Can just go into my list of already watched K-dramas and be like, oh yeah, I would vibe with that today. But no one of them compares to Park Do-hyun. Hyunam Dong Bookshop. Alright, I'll check it out. Thanks, I really appreciate you coming here as well. Can we shine here? Okay. Crying Tears of Joy, okay, sure. No shinies. I don't think there's any shinies here right now. Except we haven't really looked at the other... No. Jarp's thing is an alpha aggroing on you, I think. I'm not entirely sure though. Arcade boys. Jesus Christ, I don't have that much time to check everything out, but honestly, you're very convincing. 2721, okay, yeah. I really want to go back there one day. I'm still texting some of my Korean friends that I found there. And they were real nice people. But I didn't tell them that I watch K-dramas because I don't know. if someone would come up to me and say, "Hey, I watch these German movies that are filmed near your home," I would be like, "Oh, okay, sure." That's a little odd, but sure. But hey. I mean, I've seen Seoul and Busan now. So next up is probably Gyeongju. And other regions of Japan than Tokyo. Even though Tokyo was pretty cool. Like, the Poké Center is amazing, of course. Ow. And I mean, I have a way longer standing connection with Japanese media. Because of Pokemon, and I watched a lot of Dragon Ball growing up. And Naruto. And One Piece. So the big animes. Yeah, I love K-dramas too. I wouldn't go as far and say that I'm Korean at heart, but since I'm gonna watch 5 Koreans play video games on Saturday, not gonna disagree there. It's even more than 5 Koreans. I think it's 7 actually. But yeah. I'm gonna watch the reigning world champions in League of Legends duke it out versus Europe's finest. Next year after my masters, I think I'm gonna travel to Korea again. Just to eat some jjajangmyeon. I don't really like Myeon though. That K barbecue, oh, was so good. It was so good. I wish I could have it every week. The entire culture was just an amazing experience, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna continue for 26 minutes and then I'm gonna head off to bed. I have to get up pretty early tomorrow. And then it's 12 PM here. So let's squeeze in a few more resets here. And then continue reading my book and then going to bed. That is the strat. Or we should, maybe we can reset for 20 minutes and then check for shinies. Except if one of the 2 Slowpoke right here is shiny. Guess that works out. Yeah, I have to drive home to my parents tomorrow. My dad is pretty sick and me and my mom have to care for him, and I live 1.5 hours away. So at the moment it's a little stressful with everything going on. But I'll be back, probably on Sunday or Monday. I don't know exactly yet, but that's the plan, at least. but we'll see. Maybe we'll do some Nuzlocking, maybe we'll continue here, maybe replay some Minecraft. There's so many options. But I will be back, certainly. And I'm headed towards a very fun weekend with my friends, actually. On Friday, I'm having dinner with a few of my friends from home. And on Saturday, we see T1 play, which is gonna be freaking awesome. Yeah, my dad, he's been sick for a while. At this point, it's just, it's hard, but we try to make the best of it. We try not to be too upset. Because that would, he doesn't want us to worry that much and stuff. I have never played Animal Crossing, actually. I will play Pokopia next year when it comes out. Which will probably have a lot of Animal Crossing elements. But Animal Crossing in itself, I have never played. A friend of mine is very into Animal Crossing though. She has set her clock to the opening hours of the markets in Animal Crossing. Which we have teased her about like countless times. So I will probably play Pokopia with her next year. Maybe she wants to come on stream as well. That would be pretty fun. But I have just... I don't know, Animal Crossing just never pulled me into it as much as other games. I also really want to finish Jedi Survivor and Horizon Zero Dawn at some point. But right now I want to focus a little more on longer projects. Like catching every Kanto shiny Pokémon. That's gonna take a freaking while. But it's okay. Alright, 20 minutes to go. Honestly, let's just reset for 10 minutes straight. I wanna see what happens then. Like, I know this isn't the most exciting thing, but I mean, shiny hunting often is just like a slur of a lot of resets until the desired outcomes like arrives. But I'm also open to trying out new games. It's just that Nintendo games are always very expensive. But maybe I can snatch one up on eBay or something. I might look into that. I will look up those books. Yeah, they sound very interesting. They sound right up my alley. I will look up those books and the Skate Rumors. I have also jotted them down. So next time, maybe I'll have watched one of those or bought one of the books. I just have such a backlog at the moment of movies, series, and books, actually. Mm-mm. But I promise I will at least check them out in some way, shape, or form. Oh, where did I travel now? Oh, in the Puff Cafe. Okay. Got 7 more. Mm-mm. Oh, I also have to ask my friend something. I wrote that down as well. Not that I shouldn't forget that. He's got my tickets for Saturday, so I really need that guy. I hope we get one more shiny before we go. Why not? I mean, we're already mid. We got 4 Pokemon today. That's not bad. Especially since we have checked off Let's Go from the list, so we don't have to go back there. We still can, but we wouldn't have to. Mm-mm. Okay, it's 44. I wish one of those slowpokes right at the entrance would already appear shiny. But they're only alphas. Usually. I think Slowpoke is almost purple in this game, actually. That's why I'm hunting it in this game and not in one of the others. But Galarian Slowpoke we probably pick up in Scarlet Violet, like... That should be... I don't have a Discord channel yet. I'm currently working on establishing a Discord server. So you'll be the first one to know if there is one set up. But that's in the making, but not entirely done quite yet. I might also, like, I can plug my YouTube, to be fair. There isn't a lot of content, but I will send you a link in chat. That works. I haven't posted on there in a while, since I haven't played further in the one game that I had been let's playing on there. But yeah, that's my YouTube. Just a shameless little plug here. But oh well. Really need to upload the rest of the episodes that I still have on my PC. And continue playing Outlaws. I really enjoyed that game. I don't know where I stopped, actually. Oh, time. It's always time right now. It's always time. I'm juggling. I have a little too much on my plate right now, but I'll be fine. Why do I have 10 episodes uploaded, but only 9 of them are in the playlist? Why isn't episode 4 in the playlist? There's something I will rectify at a later date. So oh, bollocks. And that's a shiny Kavana. Okay, we of course take it, even though it's not what we really wanted. No Dynamo. Maybe a poke. Or big Slowpoke, not shiny Slowpoke. Unfortunate, but it's fine. I will gladly take any shinies the game throws at me. Maybe an Arbok? Ow. Okay, hop in there. Or out of there, rather. Yo. I don't want to talk to you. Yeah, don't worry, I have that too, sometimes. Like sometimes you just wanna curl up in the ball and forget the world outside. I really get that, trust me. So I'm just as thankful for your kind words, actually. And I really appreciate you taking your time and spending it here and getting to know me and vice versa. It's been really nice talking to you. Jesus Christ, it's getting late. I guess we've streamed for 6 hours then. I'm currently also working together with a friend of mine who is currently writing her master's thesis in psychology, actually, and wants to learn about the stress-inducing or reducing effects of video games, which I think is a very interesting study. And so I have to carefully document the amount of video games I play. And she has called me up because when I was in university, I always jotted down like stress level, I don't know, 80 out of 100. And when I was playing video games, I was like, yeah, it depends on the video game. Like if I play League or Ranked, I'm like stress level 80, 90. When I play Pokemon or Minecraft, it's like stress level 5. It's a really fun study. And I'm really interested in what her results are gonna be. She's such a dedicated young woman. And I think her resilience especially is very, very impressive. It's very, very she inspires me a lot, actually. And so I really want to help her out with her studies. because she would do the same for me. Even though, you know, there's not... I always have to clarify that. There's nothing else going on, but it's... it's somebody that I really trust. We had a kind of a dip in our friendship over several years, but it's somebody that I would do almost everything for if she asked me to. Brawl Stars. I have not played Brawl Stars. And I struggle sometimes with faith because I'm a Catholic. And I was brought up in a very loose environment regarding Christianity. And I did a lot in my hometown community. But they sometimes acted out, and they, like, my faith in their institution, Catholic Church, has wavered a lot. Like, I'm faithful privately, but I don't enjoy the institution anymore. Oh yeah, true, it's Thanksgiving today, isn't it? Or something like that. We don't have that over here. I just overheard some friends of mine talking about Friendsgiving party that they would be going to. I don't know. You made a promise that you can only play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? Like, if you flee the real world into a video game and you can't let go, that's also not great, you know? But yeah. You have a friend named Nicholas? Yeah, it's about the same for me with her. But it's more because she has, as I said, this dedication. Everything she does 100%. And sometimes, you know, I slack off, or I sometimes take the easy route. And she wants to do everything perfectly. And she makes a plan on how to do a lot of things perfectly at once. And this love of coordination and organization is just incredible to me. And she inspires me a lot, even though she doesn't know, you know? That is our little secret here. And it wasn't that she hurt me, but because I hurt her, that the relationship deteriorated for a while. And I've never felt so guilty about anything else. But now we're friends again. And she's dating one of my best friends, and I see her often. And that's actually really nice. And they are a very good couple. Like, if I one day get my life together only half as much as her, I am a very happy man. Yeah, I get it. Like, I've talked with a friend of mine a lot about religion in my time. Since he's an atheist, and he says religion has only led to bad things. Which I disagree with. But I think religion has time and time again fallen into the hands of very bad people and been used as a tool for them. And yeah, I think it's very important to be honest with yourself. If it's really faith in your congregation or the teachings that you hear, or faith from within, like, it's not important what the church says you should believe. It's important what you believe yourself. That's my opinion. And God doesn't measure how much I appreciate him by counting how often I show up in church, right? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, he's supposed to be this loving father figure, and he measures love in another way, and trust, most importantly. It's not about every single day you pray or stuff like that, but it is how you act as a human being. If you're a good person, if you are abiding by normal rules, if you, I think, what a priest once told me when I talked to him. He told me that God measures, he gives us as much love as we give other people. And so we should always be nice, always be a good person around others, and in private, of course. And that way he determines us. I mean, I get people being fed up with the institution church, right? And they throw everything together. They throw faith together with that. And I'm not like a super religious person. I don't know if there's something out there. Because I come from a scientific background. I studied 2 semesters of physics. And for me it's very important to think about stuff like that. Right, yes. It's not like we don't know he doesn't exist, but we also don't know does he exist. In my opinion, it's just the most important thing is just to be a good person in general. We would have way less issues as a society as a whole. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I hope you had fun, but I really need to go now. It was a lot of fun for me, and I hope that you'll come back in the next stream or so. But until then, we'll have to part ways. Alright, bye bye.